Ahí está.
Yes.
Throwing smoke. Hostile target spotted. Targets identified. Hostilities contained. Targets acquired.
Throwing frag!
Hostile contacts identified.
Target my mark! Look what I found!
Throwing smoke.
See you later!
That doesn't sound good.
Incoming!
Target locked. Investigated. Concern for citizen safety deactivated.
Wait, I'm out?
Hostile targets identified. Hostiles removed.
Enemy contact!
Yes. Suppression mode engaged.
Yes.
Unit suppressing target.
I will kill you!
Gotcha!
Target my mark!
Unit suppressing target.
Human spotted!
Unit damage. Repair requested. On fire. Unit requires assistance.
Nowhere to go!
Unit reloading.
Oh yeah! I did that!
Throwing smoke!
Hostile contact spotted. Unit damage. Repair requested. Suppressing targets. Unit reloading. Hostile target spotted. Unit reloading. Hostile target identified. Reloading. Target subdued.
Grind them into dust.
Reloading. Throwing smoke. Hostile contact spotted.
I'm down.
You are engaging yourself with others. These are fine. Target subdued. Unit reloading.
Sniper!
Hostile contact spotted. Throwing smoke. Unit reloading.
Anybody else see that?
Unit damage. Repair requested.
I have need of this.
That's it.
Satisfied.
Affirmative. Functionality restored.
Good to go!
Hostile targets identified.
Ordnance.
are the BeamNG developers up to again? They've posted a teaser right now, that's what this is, and there's what appears to be bubbles flying around, like a lot of them, and if you look just a little bit closer, there seems to be something inside of them. Can you actually fit a car inside? It could be like those zorbing balls, but let me know what you think it is and why they could be adding this. What are the BeamNG developers up to again? They've posted a teaser right now, that's what this is, and there's what appears to be bubbles flying around, like a lot of them, and if
You idiot! King of the fucking ring. Gotta tear things up! Hell yeah!
Throwing smoke!
Enemy mark! Hey! Coming front! Ready to go! Enemy mark!
So deluded. Humanity has no future.
Not another! Looks dead to me!
Just me!
That felt good. You got some kick left in you. Contact! Hey, you will be dead back. Where you go? Don't mind if I do. Enemy spotted! Made this special for you! Got four! Eyes on target! There's no way I missed that! It's called experience. Target my mark! Hey! Asshole! Just gonna take this. They better run now! At least try to get up. Ah, Oscar! Good idea!
Don't mind if I do. Enemy mark! Hell yeah! Oh, I'm good. Hey, you! Tick, 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 tick. Eyes on target. Incoming smoke! Who's next? Enemy spotted! Off to your head!
On now.
Throwing smoke.
What? Get!
Mercy is weakness. You are not weak. Get off.
Eyes on target! Throwing smoke! Contact! Throwing smoke! Smoke out! Eyes on target! Throwing smoke! Throwing smoke! Don't mind if I do. Smoke out! Smoke out!
As you humans say, use it or
Throwing smoke! Enemy spotted!
queen.
Let's go! Who's up next? Gotcha. Hey, I'm trying to fight here.
Throwing smoke! Enemy spotted!
Perfect timing.
I'll take that! Enemy contact!
Target loaded.
Oh, now it's... Oh, man, I'm feeling good about
Going.
smoke! Enemy contact!
Check your aim.
That'll work.
Incoming smoke! My bad.
Throwing shot.
Enemy contact! Incoming smoke!
Hey.
I'll make these count. I'll take that. Who's next? Enemy contact!
Locked and loaded! On my mark!
Incoming smoke!
Carbine for them!
They better run now!
Shock out!
Enemy mark! So now what's the fight?
Let's go! What's up next?
Enemy contact! Fire in the hole! You got him!
Sorry, mostly my fault.
Enemy contact!
Back in the mix!
Yeah!
Contact. Blockade cover down. Target subdued. Hostile subdued. Unit reloading. Throwing smoke.
Okay. That's one is
Enemy marked!
This unit does not tolerate resistance. Acknowledged. Hostile contact acquired. Suppressing.
Throwing smoke!
Targets identified. subdued. Unit suppressing targets. Hostiles are inside.
Eyes on the target!
Somebody do.
Throwing smoke. Target locked. Investigating. Hostile target spotted. Reloading. Pathetic hominids. Concern for citizen safety deactivated. This unit does not tolerate resistance. Reloading.
Stay down!
Suppressing. Hostile contact spotted.
Yeah, that's right.
Reloading. Target subdued. Targets suppressed.
Gotta let out! Find them! Rip them apart! Sniper! Grenade is hot! I'll take that!
I'll make them count.
Put this
Incoming smoke.
enemy spotted! Oh, I'm good! Stop ya!
You brought this on your...
eliminated.
Gotcha! Enemy contact!
Let's dance!
You're okay. Eyes on target.
I'll take that! Just gonna take this. Thank you, bless.
Kill you.
Was that your ear? Did you hear that? Yeah, it's ass kicking that.
Going smoke! Eyes on target! Look out!
You will all die. You thought you could win. You can still fight.
Get over here! Stop watching me bleed! One thing matters out here. Go! Gotcha. Ah, shit, why me? Enemy spotted. Pretty much fucked now. Don't mind if I do. Let's do this! Target my mark!
They brought that sniper.
Wrong target, dumbass! Enough of you! Enemy contact! it! Target my mark! I can't wait to try this one out.
What just happened?
Enemy contact! Enough of you! They better run now! Oh, just throwing them away. Let's go! Better luck next time!
Get already?
I'm gonna kill the shit out of you.
Unit reloading. Throwing smoke.
Enemy spotted. Hey, friendly fire. Got one. Got it.
Assistant Q1.
That's where you
Throwing smoke.
You want some?
Hostile targets acquired. Unit down.
Take eyes on target!
On your face, motherfucker!
Eyes on target! Locked and low.
Throwing smoke.
Enemy mark!
Ha! Looky, looky. Give me the execute.
Targeting hostile contacts.
Fly now.
Take immediate cover.
Come on, baby.
Throwing smoke.
Enemy spotted. Hey, get out of the way!
Unit reloading. Acknowledged.
Screw you! Alright, stay in touch!
Your threat will be dealt with harshly. Reloading.
Awesome.
Throwing smoke. Unit requires ammunition. Targets acquired. Hostilities contained. Target subdued. Ignoring smoke. Reloading. Hardware failure. Assistance requested.
Nah.
Enemy contact!
Incoming.
Throwing smoke.
Fuck it off!
Targets identified.
Out of the way. Get up.
Units suppressing targets. Hostile targets identified. Targeting hostile contacts. Target spotted.
Throwing smoke!
Targets to right.
Down in front!
Unit damage. Repair requested.
Right! You're in my line of fire!
Hostile target spotted.
You gotta stop meeting like this!
Oh, yeah.
Enemy spotted!
Ahora. ¿Qué se ve tan bajo?
Equal force authorized.
Enemy spotted!
Hostile targets identified.
Now the plug again!
Hostile! Catch your fire!
Creí que iba a entrar el otro camión.
Throwing smoke.
Sucks to be you!
Throwing smoke.
Wow, en serio.
Suppressing.
Giddy up! Keep them coming!
Acknowledged.
Throw smoke!
Targets acquired. Unit down. Requesting assistance.
Smoke out!
smoke.
Enemy spotted.
Hostile subdued.
Let me go!
Unit down. Underground resistance. All threats will be met with equal force. Throwing smoke. Hostile subdued. Targeting hostile contacts.
Throwing smoke!
Y es el tercero, ¿no? Me quedé en segundo, por mucho del premio.
sports. It's in the game.
Press the Enter key to start.
Welcome, one and all, to the Cool Worlds podcast with me, your host, David Kipping. This time I'm joined by Sarah Imara Walker, who is a professor at Arizona State University in the School of Earth and Space Exploration. So Sarah is trained in theoretical astrophysics, theoretical physics, and also astrobiology, and she has really been thinking very deeply throughout her career about some extremely fundamental questions, such as what even is life and how would we recognize it if we saw it. And most recently she's been working on this fairly radical idea. It's been controversial, but radical, I would say, in the field of academia, of assembly theory applied to this question of astrobiology, of how could we recognize life, with the basic notion being that life is by definition the emergence of complexity. That's not exactly how she would say it, I'm sure, so we'll hear her words. But this emergence of complexity is itself kind of a signature that we could look for, both a chemical signature, but also perhaps even something that's non-chemical in terms of looking for techno-signatures or signs of technology more broadly. There could be ways that we can use complexity as the key for unlocking a signature of life. So I was really taken by the paper. It was definitely a paper published in Nature. It was definitely a paper that got a lot of people talking. It was written in a way that was actually almost deliberately provocative to the field, and I liked that, but it definitely got a lot of conversation started. So we're going to talk about that paper in this podcast. We're going to talk about what it means, what assembly theory is telling us, and if you really want to learn more about this, I have to push that Sarah has a wonderful book that I've read. I'm going to get the title right here. It's Life as No One Knows It, The Physics of Life's Emergence. That was published last year, and Sarah's been talking about this book and her other work on many popular science podcasts and platforms. She was actually on Through the Wormhole with Morgan Freeman, an amazing show. And she's been on Lex Fridman and Joe Rogan's podcast. And here she is. She's finally made it to the Cool Worlds podcast. So it's a real pleasure to have her visit my team, visit the lab, and give a wonderful podcast conversation with you all. So please do enjoy this, and I'll see you at the back end. Sarah, thank you for coming on to the podcast. It's great to have you finally on.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, and we've never met before, but I've always enjoyed your work, and I've been thinking, wow, it'd be great to have Sarah come on and talk to you on this podcast. So thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me. I'm also a fan of your work, so it's cool.
That's kind. That's kind of you to say. So I thought today maybe we should start, before we get into this, the assembly theory, which you detail in this book, on your recent work, Life as No One Knows It. Assembly theory is this kind of radical new idea, or maybe has stems of an old idea. But maybe we'll set the stage by just first looking at the conventional paradigms of astrobiology. So maybe the first question I want to start with is the where of people think maybe life could have begun. And some conventional ideas are like a shallow pond, or black smoke on the bottom of the ocean, or even clays, or even panspermia. So those are the sort of the ideas I've seen popularized in the literature many years ago. Has current thinking in the community evolved? And do you have a favorite take on this, the where?
So where is a historical question is interesting. I think I'm much more interested in the question of what. Like, what is the origin of life transition, and how do you talk about it in any environment? But obviously the way the origin of life has been asked traditionally is, how did we get here, and how did it happen on early Earth? And in that case, all the environments you've talked about are major leading hypotheses. So hydrothermal vents are still very popular. A warm pond with wet-dry cycles is very popular. Although even understanding those geochemical environments and exactly what goes into the origin of life in these different environments it bridges into a whole bunch of other hypotheses. So it's interesting that you talk about these as paradigms, because I would think with so many environments and so many competing ideas, there is no paradigm.
Right.
And but there are sets of working hypotheses informed by primarily people's disciplinary perspective when they first approach the problem about what they think are the most significant areas of interest. And the way I think about the origin of life is much more global in scale. I don't think any particular microenvironment was the environment that the origin of life happened in. I think the origin of life was more of a global transition in geochemistry, and scales that we associate with biology gradually emerged over time because of major geochemical cycling on the planet and lots of microenvironments interacting.
So the where isn't maybe as important as I'm putting emphasis on here, that it's because one might imagine that the where is very important to understanding the how.
Yes.
That environmental condition would surely impact the mechanisms which drive the origin of life, but you're looking for mechanisms which are almost indifferent to those environments?
Yes, and also I think actually saying the where should inform the mechanism is the wrong way around. I think you need to understand the mechanism, and then you can ask where that can happen. And I think the fact that we've been trying to let the environment tell us the mechanism is actually one of the reasons that we don't know the mechanism, because geochemistry is essentially unconstrained and can create a vast set of possibilities. And I think if we actually really think about the chemical potential of a planet, it far exceeds our computational ability to explore all the possible chemistries that planets can make. And so I don't think it's a sufficient enough constraint.
So none of those seem ruled out, because I think the panspermia one is always one I just feel a little bit kind of a little sci-fi about. But
well, I think the question there is it a useful hypothesis or not?
Right.
So the issue with panspermia, which is widely discussed, is okay, well, you may think the origin of life happened somewhere else in the universe and then it came here, but you're just pushing back the mechanism to some unknown environment instead of having some known environment on Earth.
Buys you a bit of time, but even with Mars, it's hardly anything. So.
That's right. Yeah, and so there's a trade-off there, I guess, between the time scale you think life needs to get to the complexity we observe today and the constraints on the environments you know of early Earth, and like which one do you think actually is more informative? But I think there's a question there about what hypotheses we can test and whether we can actually observe the origin of life to happen. And that's, to me, like solving the origin of life, whatever that, like people ask me all the time, like, what does it mean to solve the origin of life? And I'm like, well, if we knew that, we would have it solved. So it's kind of this frontier where we don't really know how to define the questions in the most precise way. So I think thinking about environments is a good anchor for at least starting to construct questions. But for me, the question has always been, what is the transition from non-living to living matter? And how would you understand and formalize that transition, and what would be the empirical tests of it?
So, let's go into the how then a little bit. And again, just these are, maybe I'll misuse this word again, paradigms. But
no, it's okay. I love the word. We can make a new paradigm for paradigm. I mean, that's the whole point of paradigm shifts is like they're supposed to change your conceptions.
I know you like to play with language a lot.
I do. I love it, yeah.
Let's stick with paradigm for the moment.
Okay. No, it's great.
Yeah, some of the classical ideas that maybe not that classical, but ideas I've seen in the recent decades are the membrane first, metabolism first, RNA first, RNA world. And I think there's been other variants of that have come around.
Yeah.
How have those ideas evolved? Is the community still talking about those ideas? Are there other variants now? And do you have a personal take on this?
Yes, those ideas are like predominantly the major camps of evolutionary hypotheses about the origin of life still. And I always think it's interesting, the idea of first, because you're imposing something that is maybe a fairly late biological development in the sort of evolutionary transitions of the origin of life, and you're putting it as the first thing that happened before there was biology or any sense of biology. So I've never been a big fan of this first idea. But it's interesting now because there are, especially among origin of life, like early career community, there are a lot of people that are interested in breaking down these paradigms and trying to do more work that transcends these kind of particular perspectives on the chemistry that gave rise to life. So I guess the trend in the community is moving more toward integrated approaches, but the challenge there is, what do those even look like, and how do we talk about what they are and what success would be? Whereas, like, I think the ones that you're talking about, they're easier, because if you're saying membrane first origin of life, success in an experiment is getting conditions that favor membrane formation, right? So that's pretty easy to do. But if you're saying success in the origin of life is getting an evolutionary cascade on a planet where geochemistry eventually complexifies to give you some kind of individuality in cell structure, that's a much harder question.
Right. So the I guess your first part of that response was kind of interesting, that you're thinking of this more as like the final stepping stone.
Yeah, I mean, we want to go from geochemistry to a cell, and those are very hard boundary conditions on the process of the origin of life. But the way that I think about it right now is much more like, with biology, we have much more evidence of evolutionary transitions in biology subsequent to the evolution of cells. So you have like the evolution of multicellular organisms, the evolution of society. So there's this whole schema of major transitions in evolution where you get these level shifts in organizational structure. And I think the origin of life, like, we think of it as a singular event, but it's a whole evolutionary progression of major transitions in the organization of systems that just happen to happen in chemistry, and the end product was the cell. And I think the challenge is we take pieces of the cell outside of the evolutionary context, and we expect prebiotic chemistry to generate them de novo outside of an evolutionary process, and not realizing that we're putting all the selection in by doing that, because we're post-selecting on the final product, which is cellular life, and then we're imposing the boundary conditions on prebiotic chemistry that would give us that specific chemical structure. And that's an incredible amount of selection by a human agent to design those experiments. And the origin of life is basically the process of where selection spontaneously emerges in the universe to generate complex structure. And so I don't think that these ways that we've thought about it are really getting at that fundamental problem.
Yeah, I'm kind of reminded we mentioned Brandon Carter before we came on the air earlier when we were talking, and he had this paper about these major evolutionary transitions.
Yes.
It's quite an infamous paper.
The hard steps one?
The hard steps paper.
Yeah.
And there were these 6 stages. I think one was like chromogenesis, one was eukaryotes, things like this, photosynthesis. And he noted that they're all kind of evenly spaced in time, roughly, and so used that as evidence for the hard steps.
Yeah.
And the thing that always bothered me about that idea was, isn't it a bit arbitrary to say that this is a major evolutionary transition? And surely there was lots of developments to get up to that point.
Yes.
Like, a human has to like label those things.
Yes.
And that seems very subjective. And is that kind of what you mean by even like the definition of when life starts is somewhat of a subjective definition?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a very subjective definition, and you can see this even societally. Outside of the context of the original life problem, how do you declare when someone is alive or not? Like, these are major societal issues. Like, it comes to sort of rights of infants inside the womb, but also like when you declare medical death, for example. Like, it used to be if somebody was brain dead, they were dead, but now we can keep them alive with technology. And so I think there's a grayness associated with the non-life boundary that we don't know how to talk about in any aspect of human culture, and especially in origin of life. But when you go into origin of life science, because we're talking about the origin of life, we kind of binarize it. We say not life, and there's an abrupt transition rather than thinking about it as a continuum process. And I think we need to think about it much more in an evolutionary context, that the origin of life is a process of evolution, going from geochemistry to things like us.
So you're saying natural selection occurs even on chemical systems.
That's right. So before genes, right? So most evolutionary theory stops at the level of cells, because the current paradigms, using that word,
that's okay.
and all the
we're just going to adopt it in every way possible.
That's
today.
right. We'll use all the meanings of paradigm, and then we might have a paradigm for what paradigm means. But a lot of the way that evolution has developed has really focused on genomes being the fundamental unit of evolutionary processes, but the genome itself had to be constructed by an evolutionary process. So the question is, how do you go deeper in time than that?
Right. If we go look at the timeline of the Earth, it's about 4.5 billion years old. We have oceans forming about 4.4 billion years ago. And there was a paper in Nature fairly recently I spoke about on my channel for evidence from Luca being around the lowest universal common ancestor. Last universal was around. I always switch those over in my head.
Yeah.
Was around at 4.2 billion years ago. So like very quickly we have these organisms on the planet, and I guess it's interesting to ponder what those first organisms would really look like. I mean, if we had a sample of them, would they be extremely fragile? And if you perturbed the environment significantly, would we expect them to suffer and die? Or were they more robust than that? I think we might imagine they'd have very little genetic complexity, and thus, unlike an extremophile that has all of this complex machinery to survive being frozen and desiccated and torched, these things you might naively imagine to be extremely delicate. But is that a wrong way of thinking about them?
I don't think about them that way.
Okay.
But I also think, I mean, even the phrase last universal common ancestor places in your mind like a singular cell in some sense, like ancestor is not plural. And I'm much more in favor of models of early evolution where there was a lot of collective evolution happening. So you don't really think about like a single cell. You think about populations of cells co-evolving. And a lot of the selection on the early evolutionary architecture was because there wasn't a clear notion of an individual within the population, because there was like rampant horizontal gene transfer where, you know, microbes were swapping genes with each other. And a lot of the selection was at the level of populations, not individuals, because of that process.
Which seems super efficient. Right? That seems like a very efficient way to trade beneficial genetic material with each other.
Yeah, and it might have been the reason that some of those early evolutionary transitions happened so quickly. But I also think it leads to a much higher robustness, because now you're talking about collective evolution of populations and not individual fragile cells. But I think we really don't know how to conceptualize that phase of early evolution, because some of it was, you know, like some of these cellular architectures might have been experimenting with different forms of information processing. So we see this in viruses, like there's 7 modes of information processing in viruses where they have, you know, like the familiar ones are like reverse transcription and things like this. Like, why do we talk about retroviruses? But only one information processing architecture is used by cells. So there's a lot of questions about what was going on, and are all these viral architectures are they remnants from that phase, or did they evolve later? And so I think there's so many open questions about the last universal common ancestor. I think of it much more like the last universal common ancestor is sort of like the CMB. It's like, or like, you know, some early record that permeates to the present. Yeah, and you can't see past it, and you have to have other kinds of principles to understand how that structure emerged. But we reconstruct it from modern genomic information, so it can't see earlier than genomes.
But you use the word global, I think, there, right? And maybe that's a little bit counterintuitive, because it'd be difficult to imagine how horizontal gene transfer is occurring on that kind of scale. It might be easier to imagine it happening in a local environment, and that was where Luca eventually popped out, even if it was a population.
Sure, but you have to think about the constraints that selection is operating under, and the constraints go all the way up to the boundaries of what your system interacts with. And so even if you think about modern human cultures, like we have a lot of cultures that evolved independently, but as soon as they, you know, like as we expand over time and as we are moving around the planet, which chemistry would also do in the early history of life, like we start getting more constraints from other cultures interacting, and now we have sort of global technological constraints that, you know, inform a lot of selection about the way individual humans can behave across the planet. And I think this process of multi-scale selection, where there's lower level architectures but they're being co-constrained by processes at different scales, is actually very characteristic of what life is generally. And most transitions in living structures are not things that happen as one isolated scale. So I think we have a tendency to think that molecules are the thing life is, and we don't think about the fact that most of the molecules in cells exist because a cell exists. So you have these global constraints from cellular architecture that allow these molecules to even be possible. And that process of these hierarchical constraints being built up is actually why some of the chemical processes can even happen in the first place.
So I don't want to mischaracterize your picture, so let me clarify it. So there's chemistry all over the planet happening, and there's pockets of interesting chemistry, prebiotic chemistry happening, and those spread and eventually interact with other local regions, and those advantages are transferring to one another, and on the ensemble of the entire planet is really growing as a network into ever more complexity.
Yes, that's right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And in some sense, I think you need the planetary scale chemistry because of this point that if you think about the number of possible molecules that a planet can generate, it's very large. And actually, in fact, it's so large, if you got up to the scale of RNA nucleobases, which are fundamental building blocks of potentially RNA organisms and early genetic material, and you wanted to exhaust all possible molecules of that complexity with one copy per molecule on a planet our size, the planet would collapse to a black hole. Like a planet cannot search chemical space. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. You can do some back of the envelope calculations, but chemical space is that large.
Just the number of permutations is so vast.
Yeah, that's right. So I think of like a planet as in some sense like a planet like Earth that discovers life as like a search engine. It's like a combinatorial search engine. So you need all these different geochemical environments trying to generate some of this combinatorial space. And when these spaces get created, you get some molecules that can interact with each other and they can scaffold the complexity. And you see this across life as it's cascaded in complexity, as it's evolved subsequent to chemistry.
Yeah. So I guess the interesting question then to follow up on this is about second examples or third examples, or again, like if you reset the clock somehow, if you wipe the slate clean.
I don't want that one, but the other ones I'd be happy for.
We don't want that one, but because I think a lot of people do have this idea of it being like a singular event, which is not your picture.
No.
And then they would immediately criticize that life is not common in the universe because they say, well, look, it's only happened once here.
Yeah.
And I would normally counter that we don't know that for sure, right? It could be happening on my fingertip right now. Right. And it'd be very difficult for that life form to compete with the 4 billion years evolutionary advantage that extant life has.
Yes.
But in your picture of this kind of global chemical network evolving together to form a life form, maybe it seems to me a little bit more difficult to imagine multiple instantiations emerging in our modern world. Like it's hard to imagine that creating second occurrences.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting question because this sort of complex systems perspective of life actually leads to the process of the origin of life being a continuous process on the planet. But it's not the chemical origin, like the de novo generation of life. It's the fact that these evolving lineages are constantly spawning new structures, and they're doing it in new substrates. So once you evolve cellular life, you have the possibility of multicellular life evolving. And so in some sense, what the conceptual framing is that the origin of life is a continual process on a planet. Anytime you open up a new evolutionary space, whether it's a technological space or some other substrate that life has discovered, it's a new origin of life event. But you already have a lot of constraints in the system because you have an evolving structure on our planet already. And so the real interesting question to me is how do you even get into those kind of spaces in the first place? Like once you have an evolving structure, it's easy to see how it could spawn new complexification processes, but it's hard to know how that all gets started in the first place. And I think about it as like there's one example of life per planet, but the origin of life is this process of growing into these complex spaces and there's this exploding space of combinatorial possibilities every time evolution builds a new layer, and then that gets selected and built into some complex structure that spawns a new space. And that process is life. It's a process of information structuring matter on a planet over billions of years. We have one example per planet, I think. I don't think there's like independent geochemical origins on the same planet. So people that believe like a shadow biosphere, for example, I don't think that's because life
there's
is
no space for that.
Yeah, there's no space. Like it is life is a planetary scale process.
Right. But I guess it makes it difficult then, because I think the value of having second or third or fourth instantiations would be, okay, this would prove to us that life is common, but we have to accept that we're probably not going to get that in this picture. And then I guess all you're really left with as a thought experiment would be the case of, unfortunately, wiping the slate clean, right?
So actually, I think we need to be concrete about this issue, about the fact that life is about lineages of processes that are constructing more complexity or more possibilities, and take seriously that we're a continuum of that process that's been happening on the planet. And so your question of what would be a second origin of life on Earth, I think it has to be one that's intelligently designed, but it's intelligently designed by us as evolved structures that understand enough to design an original life experiment.
Yeah, but I think I'm actually asking if I really want to know how common this process is.
Yes.
That's ultimately what I'm trying to get at.
No, I understand.
Yeah. So I need some kind of thought experiment to create that, and I accept that we can't take the modern Earth because of the
no, but I think
lineages
I
present.
think you can take the insight that you have there and actually construct the appropriate experiment, because what you need to do is you need to build a combinatorial chemical search engine, and you need to know how much information a human is putting into the experiment by our post-selecting on the fact that we construct an experiment and we are looking for a particular kind of complexity. So I actually have been spending a lot of time trying to develop a way of building standardization protocols for prebiotic chemistry. And the process there would be you measure the complexity of the molecules in, you measure the complexity of the molecules you get out, and you actually look at the process constraints that they put into the chemistry as far as the human selectivity in the experiment. And then you ask questions fundamentally about how much complexity the chemistry generate on its own. And I think if we can bound that, it's a much more tractable problem, because now you're starting to constrain the probability space for an original life to happen. And I think about it a lot like Sumerkami Akande, for example, like looking for proton decay. You know, if you continually observe the system and you don't see an event happen, and you really can constrain the space of the physics, then it actually tells you something about that probability. So this is where I get excited about the work you do thinking about probability of life on exoplanets, because I think there's actually a research program where you can directly couple original life science to bounding the probability of life on exoplanets. And that's where I'd like to go, because I think that's actually where the science is.
Yeah, we're always interested in everyone else's field. Because
Yeah.
I was going to say the opposite. I mean, sometimes with exoplanets, as we mentioned offline, it can be frustrating because of the false positives, and knowing we've had so many examples of spurious claims of life historically, all the way back from canals on Mars, right, with Percival Lowell. We've had methane on Mars, we've had phosphine on Venus, we've had interstellar asteroids being claimed as alien spaceships, all sorts of wild stuff, right? So, and every time the media gets a hold of these things, people get excited, and then they get deflated. And so astrology is on kind of like a roller coaster of ups and downs, of building this credibility, and then it feels like these hits, like are they just an inevitable part of the scientific process, or is there something uniquely damaging because of the uniqueness of the goal that astrobiology is chasing?
I think it's probably both. So I'm on the fence about how I feel about astrobiology as the disciplinary framework moving forward for these problems, because I think astrobiology right now is a bunch of people from different fields that are interested in the question of life in the universe, but it's not a field unto itself. And a question is whether astrobiology becomes a field unto itself, or there's a set of ideas that emerge around the space of alien life that becomes something quite different from the way we talk about astrobiology now. And that would get into your question about whether these early phases of development of the science of alien life. And the way I see it is we're scientists working inside the space of this problem, but we're also part of societies that are trying to work out this problem. And the evolution of science is a societal evolution, and it's a many-generational project. And from that perspective, I think the ways that we talk about alien life with these kind of discoveries it's almost like we're kind of existentially working out how we feel about the problem and what would be a definitive thing. Because in some sense, if you didn't have these kind of things that people put out there, and they're clearly not convincing, we don't know what we would be convinced by unless we know what we're not convinced by. And I feel the same way about, the field of UFOlogy. Like, lots of people are convinced that we've made alien contact. And I'm like, that's great, but we can't do anything with that knowledge. It's not real knowledge. It's not scientific knowledge. Scientific knowledge is very hard fought over many generations, and I think it's explanatory in nature, and it opens up entirely new ways of thinking. And so for me, the problem of alien life is not just the one discovery or the one event. It's actually a paradigm shift, a different way that humans will come to understand the phenomena of life in the universe and how we can understand what kind of structure we are that the planet builds and where are there other things like us.
I mean, UFOs has this weakness that aliens can explain everything, right? It's like a God of the gaps type
Yeah, exactly.
hypothesis.
It's just such a superficial set of, like, it doesn't help anything, yeah.
But I guess my point is, could you claim the same thing about life more generally? That whenever you see a strange chemical observation on another exoplanet, you could always, hypothetically, maybe I'm wrong in saying this, you could maybe say, well, life did that. Like, what are there signatures that life can't produce?
Yeah,
Because there's many things that you might have in the other way, but other things that it cannot do.
I think that's part of the juxtaposition I'm trying to make between the way we think about biosignatures now and UFOs. It's like neither one of them are really bad narratives, but the problem is that they don't advance the way we think fundamentally. They don't allow us to ask other questions. So, I think it's great to get excited about a biosignature. It's great to get excited about UFO. It means that we have culturally an interest in understanding alien things. But it's like the immediate gratification versus actually having something you can use to do intellectual work with. And so I'm not sure I'm articulating this very clearly, but I feel like if you had an explanation for life, it would be like an explanation for gravity. You can design other experiments. You understand suddenly all this other stuff that you didn't understand. And I think life is such a broad, pervasive phenomena on our planet that if we understood that regularity of nature, we would have a really fundamentally different understanding of the way that we recognize it on other planets, and that is to me what alien contact should look like. Like, alien contact should be a transformation in like a really fundamental knowledge base that we have as humans, not just an aha event where we just recognize some signature. So the false positives to me are not convincing for that reason, because I think if you really have solved the life problem, whatever that means, you won't have false positives, because you'll have an understanding of the phenomena you're looking for, and you'll have isolated what life actually is, not what it could be or what mimics there might be for things that we think are life that actually are not part of the regularities of nature that really are what life is demonstrating to us.
Yeah, I like that approach, because there is a very slippery slope with any kind of life, but especially intelligent life, of being too malleable and too flexible.
Yes.
And you know, like fast radio bursts, that could be aliens, pulsars, that could be like whatever it is, you could just keep injecting it.
Any anomaly you can't explain right now in culture is aliens, and I think
it's like fairies.
Yes.
Point, right?
No, but that's exactly, aliens have come to be the replacement for miracles or sightings of angels or sightings of fairies. Now it's you see an alien, right? And also any anomaly that we have astronomically potentially could be an alien. So basically, no matter what aspect of human culture you look at, alien is a gap we use to fill unknown.
That's a better use of the word, yeah.
Yeah, and that's telling us something about how little we know about this problem. If we're using it to explain all the unknown things, it really tells you we don't know something. There's a fundamental piece of knowledge that's missing here.
So maybe this is a good point to introduce assembly theory, because I think we're kind of getting to the power of, I think, assembly theory of that false positive question.
Yes.
So maybe let's just let everyone have a 101. Like, what is the history of this idea, and can you articulate it to the audience?
Sure. So the idea started with Lee Cronin. So Lee has a very large chemistry lab that he runs at University of Glasgow, and I guess I could call him a chemist, but I think most of the things he do are not really what chemists do. So I think of him as a theorist that actually has to do experiments to do theory. But Lee's super interesting. He was trying to build origin of life experiments that could do this kind of combinatorial search of chemical space, and build robots to search for the origin of life. And there you're confronted with a problem, because you could have a chemical mess in the lab, but how would you know that mess was life or not? And so he was trying to think about how you can measure an evolutionary process in the lab, and I was talking to him around the time of some of the early development of these ideas, and he was trying to work backwards from mass spectrometry, which is a standard instrument that people use in the lab to fingerprint molecules. And the way it works is by breaking a molecule apart and identifying parts of the molecular structure. And Lee's thought was, well, if it's an evolved structure, those parts should be ones that if you layered them on top of each other, they would be, my language, causally deep. Like there's a structure of events that has to generate that molecule that actually suggests that that molecule is of sufficient complexity that there would have to be a lot of selection to make all those parts in that particular order to make that structure. And so this was actually the original idea of assembly theory, is how to use an experiment to measure that something had to be produced by evolution. And then this led to a conjecture which has come about in many different fields, from many different directions in my own work, where I see bits of this. So a lot of like the conceptual work I do as a theorist is look for patterns across different disciplines and like where are the common patterns that they're saying the same thing but they're saying it differently, or they don't know that they're saying this. But it seems to me that the key conjecture that assembly theory is exploring, and the one I find most interesting, is that life is the only mechanism the universe has to generate complex objects in abundance. And assembly theory allows probing that, because if you actually look at the structure of building up a molecule, the way that we can probe it with a mass spec, you can look at the minimal number of recursive steps where you're reusing parts to make that molecule. And the hypothesis was, if you see a molecule that has a very high number of steps and you see it in high abundance, it means that that molecule was made many times. It could be a sign of life. And we hypothesized there should be a boundary in chemical space where the number of steps was sufficiently high that life was the only thing that could make those kind of structures in high abundance.
Like within the age of the universe or something?
Yes,
like,
because
yeah.
the combinatorial space is so large. So most people are not like really familiar with chemistry, so I like to use Lego as an analogy, but like you imagine you have like a Lego set that you buy at the store, and I like Lego Hogwarts because I think that's pretty visual, but like the Taj Mahal, or I'm trying to build a Lego car for my daughter right now. It's very complicated, right? You just take the pieces and like you shake the tray. Like how long would you have to wait for it to assemble the thing that you had in the instructions? But you have the instructions, you have the information to build it, you have all the steps to build it. So in assembly theory, we don't take a particular pattern because there's many ways that you could build a complex structure. We just take the minimal pattern, basically, that nature gives to build the thing as the bound. But the idea is shaking that tray, there's no possibility of spontaneously getting Lego Hogwarts. You might get a couple blocks sticking together. And so the question is there an abiotic upper bound to the complexity, that the universe can't generate anything more complex than this in abundance unless you have a living structure that selected that specific pattern?
So in principle, if I give you a potential biological sample from another alien planet, you could put it in the mass spec, figure out the number of steps it took, the number of assembly steps, and if it was and if there was a lot of that thing as well, not just one instantiation,
that's right.
a lot of it, and they all require a large number of steps, you'll be able to conclusively tell me this has to be a product of life.
Yes, and actually it's interesting because you don't even necessarily have to say there's a lot of it, because most of our measurement systems require a lot of molecules to
see
even...
in the first place.
Yeah, so it's actually, most of the stuff that we observe in nature already crosses the abundance threshold, and that's saying something also, I think, very deep about the nature of probability and how we think about it. Because we assign probabilities to observed events, we can't assign them to non-observed events. And these structures are emerging out of a space of non-observed events
so
into high
is it the
abundance.
product of the two numbers?
It's an exponential. So the way we formalize the amount of selective constraints. So if you imagine a planet as a geochemical search engine, huge combinatorial space, you can't explore it all unless your planet collapses to a black hole. At a certain complexity threshold, the space is so large that there's no exhaustive search possible. So anything you build in that space has to be along a constrained space where you build from parts that already exist. And so it's kind of like we call it a breadth first versus a depth first search. So when you get into the world of complex objects, it's always depth, and you always have to build it along historically contingent pathways. And this is assembly theory's key structure for the physics of life. Like that's the space it lives in. It lives in these combinatorial spaces, and it talks about causation in a kind of fundamental way. And so we quantify that amount of selective constraint and causation in this thing we call assembly, which is exponential in the assembly index. And that captures the fact that the space is exponentially growing every time you do a joining operation with your Legos. There's a exponentially growing number of possible structures you didn't build. So you have to kind of fight that entropic cost in some sense of that exponentially growing space. I wouldn't exactly call it an entropy because I don't think it's a probability space. But and then the other term is the copying number, which is linear. And so it's to capture this idea that's really hard to build in this space, and then selection makes these trajectories in this space, and you don't observe these structures until they're in high abundance. Like that's the signature that they've been selected.
Okay. So I guess it's always, I'm sure you thought about this when you guys were coming up with it, of like trying to think of counterexamples to this.
Yes.
Like, and so could you ever have something that had intermediate complexity that we wouldn't normally think of as particularly interesting, but you had so many of them that it would crank up on that scale.
Yeah.
So like even like a planet, right? There's so many planets. They're pretty simple, but there's like a ton of planets in the universe.
Yes.
So are there ways to go? I mean, are there examples that you worried about as possibly being contaminating factors, or like crystals or something, have some kind of level of complexity?
So crystals are a great example. But I think the key conjecture of the theory is there's always going to be an upper bound. If it's a combinatorial space that's sufficiently rich to have evidence of life and selection. I lost my train of thought. I can go to crystals. Sorry, like my brain went in two directions at the same time. It happens sometimes.
I guess I'm curious about the counterexample.
I was going to say, so when the paper that was published in Nature Comms demonstrating this idea of a threshold, so I didn't mention, but the mass spec actually allows us to test things about the theory. So the theory is always constructed with reference to a measurement scheme. Like it's always physically embedded, and I think this is one of the reasons it's really different than other approaches to formalizing complex systems. It's much more, I think about it like the early development of temperature. There were a lot of temperature scales and kind of imprecise measurements of temperature that were context dependent early on. And then someone had to come up with a rigorous way of grounding the concept of temperature in an absolute zero, and then what was the temperature measurement relative to that. And I kind of think of assembly as that for complexity measures, where the whole enterprise of talking about complexity now becomes one that's embedded in the physical architecture of the system that you're like in a measurement scheme. And so I think for any assembly space, there's which is any measurement screen that you use to probe a material, there's a threshold transition. And that's actually the original life boundary in that material system. And that's where you get evidence of selection. Now, crystals are an interesting case. So if you think about mineral complexity as being really important in the origin of life, a lot of people think minerals were templates for like the first genetic material because of the periodicity in their structure. And if you look at minerals and you look at them the same way that we do molecular assembly, you might take like the unit cell, which is the minimal mathematical description of a crystal, and try to compute the assembly index on that. And it turns out you can get unit cells that are far more complex than what we see for the biological threshold of what we measured in the mass spec. So the threshold number of assembly steps from the Nature Communications paper was about 15, and that came from data sample from biological systems, non-living systems, even meteorites that NASA sent that were blinded. Like all passed the test of being able to discern only living things need molecules with more than 15 steps. But minerals have many examples where the unit cell has more than 15 steps. But the issue is that's a mathematical description of a unit cell, and a unit cell never exists in isolation in high abundance in a physical material. And so you have to think, what is the actual bounded unit of a physical material of a mineral? And a mineral is a periodic lattice that has lots of defects in it. So talking about the repeatability of the structures that were selected is actually quite hard. Long story short, it turns out there was just a preprint that we posted led by Lee's lab, which I helped out a little bit with, but like the team over there did like a phenomenal job with this project, and like totally mind-blowing, looking at material complexity through an assembly theoretic lens. And it turns out if you take this idea of assembly, big A, seriously, you can look at natural minerals, and the structure of defects means they're going to have low assembly because you can't get high complexity at large size scales in the material. But if you look at an engineered material like a silicon chip, which is a technologically manufactured mineral, you get high complexity at large size scale because you can precisely put defects in the material. That's what we do when we design a chip. And if you compare assembly for a naturally formed mineral and a technological mineral, there's a threshold.
Starts.
And technologically, minerals are high assembly and natural ones are not.
This is new work, just okay.
Yeah.
Is it out yet? Yeah.
It's pre-printed.
Okay.
It's being submitted.
I'll look out for that. Okay.
We've been working on the mineral assembly stuff for years because it's a really hard problem. And the naive assumption is assembly theory is going to work the same in every material, so I can just take the assembly index and apply it. But the actual challenge is, what structures do you see in high copy number with high repeatability that you can even talk about the causation that generated that structure? So the copy number is the hardest part, is actually identifying the boundaries of the selected units. This is a known problem in biology, like what's the boundary of an individual unit of selection? And assembly theory is trying to generalize that concept to any material that we might measure physical properties of. So it's a highly non-trivial problem. I'm trying to work on proteins now too, and they're also super hard. Because it's not just the sequence information, it's the folded structure and like what are the actual repeating units. It's not just the individual units that we might look at digital information in the material. It's something about the bonding structure and the folded structure.
So if we want to get kind of really woo-woo with it, like
I try not to,
yeah,
but we can pretend.
The universe itself must have started out from a pretty simple set of initial conditions, one might think, and yet it has evolved to this enormous complexity. So you could imagine applying assembly theory to the universe itself and coming to the conclusion that the universe was alive, right? I guess you only have one version of it, so maybe that kills it, but it would certainly seem to have a lot of, or maybe the galaxies would seem to have a lot of complexity.
Yeah, well, it's interesting we talk about the universe as if it's an object we can look at from the outside. And I think that's a very old world view in the sense that, I mean, like, physics has talked about the universe that way for centuries because, physics emerged in human cultures that had a view that, like, there was a godlike view on the universe and we could observe it as an observer from the outside. And the way I think about the universe is like the universe is a system that, like, we observe from, it's like the universe is an emergent property of all the stuff inside the universe. It's not like a thing. It's a label that humans can use as a word to describe a thing, but it's unclear, like the way that we use that word is not the thing that we're talking about because we don't have guidance.
Right. You could say maybe the observable universe, but you couldn't. Maybe the whole universe isn't really anything.
Yeah. But even the observable universe is defined relative to us as the observer, right? So it's an objective concept that has a subjective reference frame. And most of science is constructed that way. And that's actually what science does, is try to find from our subjective reference frame what are the objective concepts that we can talk about that become independent of reference frame. And so I guess my point, long story short, to answer your question, sorry, I had to go on this is like my whole diatribe about word meanings and the way we use them, redefining words all the time. But to actually answer your question about the universe, so I think something I felt very deeply and intrinsically since I started working on the origin of life is the problem is very deep, and it requires new theories and new theories of physics is the way I think about it, but just new explanatory theories. I don't think they need to be considered physics or not, because physics is a human-derived discipline, but new theories to explain it. And whatever those theories are capturing very deep regularities of nature. In the same sense that from our human vantage point on this planet, we can uncover things like gravitational physics or quantum mechanics, and we think those are universal laws. I think selection and what life constructs on planets is a universal feature of our universe that emerges in highly complex combinatorial spaces is fundamental physics. And so it should exist everywhere. Like, I think everything in the universe is a product of selection. It's just some systems, it's much more apparent to us than others. It's because there's so much information that goes into constructing you and I that is very obvious we're the product of that. And we can see some of the counterfactual space around that because we can imagine the other possibilities. We can imagine other molecules that aren't us. But it doesn't mean they exist.
Yeah, it really struck a chord with me with a talk I saw the other day about galaxy mergers and how there's a staggering number of mergers. I mean, normally you might think of, okay, Andromeda and Milky Way will eventually merge. Maybe this happens once every few billion years, and so there's a handful of mergers. But in the modern picture of these galaxies, there's hundreds, even thousands of mergers, and there's all these remnant black holes still circling around this one supermassive black hole in the center. So when you look at these trees, you have these merger trees that they sketch.
Oh, I like that, like a phylogenetic tree.
Yeah, and
of all the extinction events and what survived.
Yeah, so it seems like you have a very large number in a biological analogy sense of steps, of assembly steps to get to a modern galaxy. And you have a lot of modern galaxies. So maybe it'd be fun to calculate the assembly index of a galaxy.
That would be super interesting. I think, yes, it would be fun. I mean, I think the one underlying physical conjecture of assembly theory that I think is very telling of like universal physics is there's a minimum number of causation events to generate any structure that the universe generates. And so we always look at the minimum because that's the one that's objective. But the actual events you see would be subjective because they're kind of context dependent. So you could construct an assembly index of galaxies, and that might be quite fun. And it'd be interesting. Actually, it would be interesting in the context of techno-signatures, thinking about what are things that would be massive engineering projects that are astronomically observable, that have
civilizations.
That have passed a complexity threshold of what we think the physics of those systems could actually generate. I think that's a question that we could ask and meaningfully construct, which would be super fun.
Yeah, I like that. And I guess I'm also wondering about abstract math. Have you guys thought about applying like Mandelbrot sets or something like that?
Yeah, so assembly it's very fractal in its structure, so it's kind of very similar mathematically to we have to use recursive combinatorial mathematics to construct the assembly space, and it's very difficult to build algorithms to do the computations. But I've thought about studying the evolution of mathematics through an assembly theoretic lens, because there's a lot of people that study evolution of theorem proving and like how theorems are built on other theorems and how mathematicians navigate that space, and I think it's an incredibly rich space to study evolutionary principles. But I haven't done any of that work myself. It's on my bucket list, but there's only so many projects you can do.
Right. It seems like it's a fairly new idea that still has a ton of question, which is exciting.
Yeah, I like working on, it goes back to the point about UFOs and biosignatures. Like, I would rather have to me, healthy science on the frontier questions like this are ones that open up entire new ways of thinking and open up like entire new research areas. That's what you want, especially in a field that has been stuck on the same questions for a really long time. Like, usually you want to ask a different question and ask it in a different way to make progress instead of asking the same question the same way over and over again.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, and I think even before, it was maybe around the same time or a year or two before, I remember Jason Wright, a colleague of mine who does techno-signatures, arguing a paper. He was thinking about light curves. There was this famous system, Boyajian star, Tabi Boyajian, also called Tabi star. And it had this very strange light curve, all kind of weird dips and blips, and it was very complicated. And so it was for a while interesting as a techno-signature, but Jason kind of grabbed on an idea and said, maybe we could quantify the amount of information that's encoded in that light curve, and if it exceeds some sort, he couldn't calculate a threshold or really get much further than that, but I think a lot of people have that same kind of gem of an idea that there's something about complexity that really delineates.
Yes.
And it could be techno-signatures or it could be biosignatures, but that seems like a good way as anything else to draw a boundary.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I am thinking a lot also about SETI signals in the context of assembly theory, but there it becomes an issue of embedding the sort of structure of assembly theory in the signal processing and like the actual measurement scheme of how we detect these things. And so this again goes back to the non-triviality of building assembly theory into new substrates. So the principles of assembly theory are pretty straightforward. It's like you measure the assembly index and you measure the copy number. But building an assembly space based on physical principles of the substrate and like how the universe actually constructs that kind of structure, and then actually thinking about how to do copy number and putting it in a measurement scheme is super hard. So the way that I'm approaching it is like there's two perspectives. One is like thinking you have to think about the signal processing and how the signal would be embedded, and then you have to think about the structure of languages and like how would you detect the signal is one that's actually from an intelligence system. So you have to actually build both of those assembly spaces, I think, and then overlay them.
Yeah.
And so I've been thinking about this for a while.
You know, there was a paper by, I think it was, I forget blank on his first name, someone Doyle, and he was studying dolphin communications.
Oh, yeah.
And they found that Zipf's law, have you ever heard of Zipf's law before? It applies to dolphin clicks and all human languages, but not to
simpler.
simpler.
So general though, because you can actually just generate it by
stuff.
Works for too much stuff, and it's very interesting. Like you can generate it just by very simple dynamical models that don't have anything to do with language.
Yeah. But it's interesting to take those other languages because that's all we have is dolphin clicks and things like that. So. Yeah, maybe that'll get us somewhere. I did want to ask a question that's kind of, I think, an elephant in the room regarding this whole discussion of complexity in life. And that's, I think to many people, it's actually surprising or maybe counterintuitive if you have a physics background as to why complexity exists at all.
Yes.
Because, you know, we normally are taught with entropy that the universe has a propensity to move towards states of disorder, and that would seem to wipe away any complexity. So, obviously that's thinking about closed systems. I think I have an answer to this in my head, but I suspect you have a much better answer. How do we think about this? Is it a paradox? No, it's not really. I don't think it really is a paradox, but how would you address that so-called paradox of entropy seemingly flying in the face of the nature of evolution, biological evolution, to produce ever more complicated organisms?
So I think... Well, I think there's actually probably about 15 answers to that question I could give that all tackle different aspects of it. Yeah.
Give us one easy line.
I know. Well, that's the thing that, like, when you come at these really hard questions, I usually, like, the intellectual process for me is coming from multiple angles to see where there's congruence. Yeah, so on this point, I think one thing is there's massive overreach in the way that we talk about theories of physics, like to the point that I know people that use the second law of thermodynamics to govern how they think about their daily life, like, you know, like everything's going toward heat death, so I live in a nihilistic universe kind of thing. And I think with the case of entropy is a concept that works really well in systems that don't have memory and causal constraints, because you can explore ergodically the entire space. But the universe is not an ergodic system. Some subsets of the universe are ergodic systems because you've basically constrained the combinatorial space to be sufficiently small that, like it is possible for a box with some gas in it to explore most of the possibilities. It is not possible for a planet with life on it to explore all the possibilities of all the possible physical structures that could emerge on this planet. Yeah. There's way too many. And so I think entropy doesn't really apply to the scale of the combinatorial systems that life exists in, because it introduces non-physical possibilities into the way that you actually do the mathematical calculations. And I think this is kind of something that's very not intuitive to most practicing physicists, because we assume the math becomes the physics. So we talk about the universe being infinite, and we talk about exploring all combinatorial possibilities. And so we introduce artifacts into our physics that aren't actually themselves physically possible, and things that we can't measure. And that's fine as having a philosophical, like every theory of physics has an underlying philosophy, but those kind of structures become ones that are incredibly constraining when you start working on the problem of life. And you really have to start thinking about the universe as a process that's being constructed, and the really physically realized possibilities are very different than all the possibilities you could imagine. And you have to introduce that as a fundamental assumption in your physics. And so I think this is kind of an interesting, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the philosophy of physics about whether real numbers should be introduced into the laws of physics because they're not computable, and like, you know, all kinds of things.
But even the entropy aside, why is it that evolution tends towards ever greater complexity?
So
like an Occam's razor type
right, but
argument,
I think if you actually, like, so the entropy argument, like the reason people believe the second law of thermodynamics so much is because it's a really solid statistical argument in place of any physics, right? But you have to understand the labels that you're putting on the states, right? So the labels are usually human derived, or they're in reference to a measurement scheme. And what I think is happening is the combinatorial space is so large. A biosphere actually is doing something like the second law, but it's trying to compactify as much possibilities in a small volume of space as possible. So if you imagine, this is very abstract, but if you imagine there's a huge combinatorial space of possibilities, if you're organized as you have a lot more access to structures that you can generate and things that are now accessible to the universe to do in a sort of second law entropic exploring sense than if you were just a pile of atoms. And so I actually think that the universe is generating more possible stuff as a function of time, more possibilities, and life is the physics that does that. Life is the physics that makes it possible for some things to exist. And so there's actually a drive, a complexification drive, because the universe is trying to, this is anthropocentric, it's not trying, but it's trying to pack as much existence into the universe as possible.
So there's a universal process that
yes.
Thus you would assume occurs elsewhere.
Yes.
It's just difficult to articulate a simple answer to this question, but it is a profound question I feel like we've been wrestling with with biology for a long time.
Yeah, I think so. Like, why life, right, is more interesting than what is life.
Because you'd normally think it's like, why is there anything at all? Like with the universe, like nothing is far simpler than something. So why does the universe exist at all? Right. And similarly, like with life, why does the universe choose to make these complicated systems rather than just having smush everywhere or dust everywhere?
But even so, and this gets into again things about our anthropocentric.
Anthropomorphizing.
Yes, anthropomorphize. All these words, these fun words that are hard to articulate. A vantage point, because we have a conception that nothing could exist, but nothing is a concept that exists in the human mind. It's not a thing that exists out there, and I think we have a hard time disentangling those two things sometimes. But I think trying to be really explicit about the way we use words and what they actually mean relative to what exists out there is super important in these spaces. So this is also why I like to play with the meanings of words, because I think you have to actually look at a word from every side of a meaning it could have in order to understand what humans are actually meaning when they use that word.
Yeah, and I guess you feel similarly about infinity, right? When we talked about this earlier offline, but because it seems like infinity poses a big problem for assembly theory, right? Because if you have an infinite universe or infinite time, then you would manifest naively in Monkeys on a Typewriter, Shakespearean works, and so that would seem to then give you these false positives, right? That somewhere else you would just spontaneously produce a very large number. In fact, in an infinite universe, there'd be an infinite number of very complicated things being manifested. So I appreciate that infinity is kind of a human concept, but is it also kind of useful to get rid of it because it really throws a wrench in the works?
Oh, sure. That's an interesting way of framing it. I mean, I always think of infinity as an asymptote that like we can compute toward, right? But it's not physically real. It's almost like another example I give is like a perfect circle. Like there's no such thing as a perfect circle, but you could, as a constructive process, try to make a more and more perfect circle. So it's kind of an asymptote of a physical process. And I think that's a very consistent thing with what assembly theory would say about the constructive nature of complex things. But I think, I don't think the universe is infinite. I think infinity is a placeholder that we use in our equations to describe things that we don't know how to talk about or don't know how to formalize mathematically. And I think mathematics is an evolved product of the biosphere. I'm not answering your question directly, though.
I'm not sure there's a direct... And it's kind of a moot point because, yes, even if the universe is infinite, it doesn't really matter because we don't have access to that. So it is kind of a
Sure.
a pointless question in a way. to worry about.
No, but I think some of these questions are really important, particularly where you can turn philosophical questions into scientific experiments, and that's the kind of boundary of science I really like operating in. So I do like to take on these kind of questions and actually try to think concretely about them. But what assembly, like the sort of foundations, I mean, there's the theory as it stands now in the scientific literature, and there's this set of ideas we're working on as the scientists working on assembly theory that are being built into the theory over time. So when I say assembly theory, I mean this conceptual framework that we're working on, not necessarily what's in the published literature. And the way that we think about time in assembly theory is that, like, this causation underlying the assembly space has a directionality to it, and time is actually a fundamental mechanism, like it's fundamental in assembly physics, and it's not infinite, it's finite, and the universe is a self-constructing system. So those things, you know, they do say, like, they do have very strong statements against infinities in terms of the universe being infinite.
So we only have a few minutes left, and I want to be respectful of your time because lots of people want to meet with you today.
Sure.
You're giving a guest lecture here today, so you're very popular and high demand. And I need some practical advice from you, and think about the bright future of astronomy. How do we use assembly theory as astronomers to detect life? I imagine with JWST, we have some observations right now, we get these spectra. Right?
Yes.
So we get a spectroplanetary atmosphere, and from that spectra, I could fit methane or carbon dioxide or water. I can like propose some guesses for what I think could explain the dips and wiggles I see. And I'd probably start with the simplest molecules first, but I guess to get a detection of life, I'd have to move up that ladder of complexity until I get to something very, very a very complicated molecule that I wouldn't expect to see.
No, that's not how I think we'll do it in atmosphere, because it's very unlikely that a really complex molecule would be volatile. Right, so things that pass the assembly, you wouldn't detect them. So the way to actually do it, and one of my PhD students is working on this right now, and she's super talented, Estelle Jan, and she's been developing assembly theory for planetary atmospheres for a few years now, and I think she's made incredible headway. One thing is, like, you want to look in IR, which is not usually the way that
infrared.
Infrared. Sorry, you know, most telescopes are targeting UV and like oxygen and stuff like that. So because you want to actually probe a lot of molecular bonds, and we actually have techniques for laboratory experiments of using infrared to infer assembly index. So part of what we're trying to think about is, like, how could you go directly from spectra to assembly index, just like we do in the lab. So that's one part of it that we're trying to develop. But the other part of it is, if you think about all of the molecules you detect above an abundance threshold, you can construct an assembly space for the entire set of molecules, not an individual molecule. So this is a theoretical structure we call the joint assembly. You have a configuration of objects, and you want to know
for the whole chemical network,
for the entire chemical network.
Okay.
So you're not doing a reaction network, you're doing an assembly theoretic network, which is about the minimal causation and constraint to actually have these molecules coexist in an atmosphere. And it turns out, if you build that for different planetary atmospheres, Earth really stands out because it has a high diversity of molecules in high abundance that have the same bonds but many different molecules. And you get like a Jupiter-like atmosphere, you'll have a lot of diversity of compounds, but they'll be made with different bonds. And so there's something about the reuse of bonds and molecules and the way that structure goes that you can actually tell that it was a high assembly atmosphere because of the depth of the space rather than a flat one, just because you had a high configuration or diversity in the planetary atmosphere.
So you've tried this on those real Earth data and Jupiter data? That's nice.
I will show a plot later today.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
So that paper's coming along, but we're trying to do the IR part of it also and just demonstrate that we can infer this. And it's a little interesting with planetary atmospheres. So for like minerals and for molecules, the assembly threshold is very abrupt because the structure of the combinatorial spaces. But atmospheres have a very shallow assembly space because the molecules are so simple. And so I think the transition, if you look at planets, where like the complexity threshold is, it's not a sharp boundary between a living world and a non-living world. And this is where I think the arguments that you're architecting around many planets with similar spectral signatures will become important, because if you had, you know, like Earth and this thing, and then you had Earth copied, that becomes a really different mechanism. So I think there's a really interesting set of ideas there.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get there. Exciting
Yeah.
future. Exciting we've got the capability to actually do these experiments. And
Yes.
your work's really helping us have a sense as to what to look for. So thank you so much for joining me today, Sarah. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you. It's really fun.
So that was my conversation with Sarah Imara Walker, astrobiologist. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Now, it has to be said that astrobiology is a uniquely challenging field because it is trying to learn to infer the rules, the universal rules, presumably, of how life develops and emerges on other planets, moons, and who else knows what in the universe. And yet it only has a singular example to guide that knowledge, and that is, of course, life on the Earth. But who knows, maybe life on the Earth is pretty rare or pretty unusual in terms of life elsewhere. Maybe we are the freaks of the universe and we do something very different to how all of the life out there behaves. And, has to be said, as I've often said on this channel, I am open to the idea. I think it's probably slightly less likely than likely, but I think it is possible that we are the only examples of life in the entire universe. There's no fundamental reason why life has to develop, as far as we know, on other planets or moons. It may be that we are an incredibly unusual event, and then the whole field of astrobiology is really addressing a hypothetical at that point. It's just pure speculation about what life would be like if it had happened, but it never did happen. I think that's probably not the case. I suspect simple life does develop elsewhere, but certainly highly intelligent life, technologies, you might say, technospheres, they might not be very common, at least based on our current observations of the universe. This is, of course, getting back to the whole Fermi paradox problem. And we've spoken about this many times on the channel before. My most recent video on this looked at kind of a Bayesian odds analysis of the probability of life emerging, given the very early start to life on the Earth, the chronology of Earth's history. So you can check it out. But it's a good example of how we really only have one data point, the Earth's history, to go by to try and infer something about life elsewhere. And that's always a very precarious situation. But what else can you do? It's not no information, it's some information, but it's not much to go by. I do have a lot of admiration for this assembly theory idea, though. I think this is solving a problem, hopefully, that we have been wrestling with in astrobiology and more generally, I'd say, exoplanet atmosphere detection. How do you have a unique signature, an unambiguous signature is probably a better word to say, of what life is doing out there? Can we see something and say, that has to be life? There's nothing else that can cause it. And this is very timely because, of course, most recently we've had dimethyl sulfide claimed in the atmosphere of K2-18b. We've had phosphine claimed in the atmosphere of Venus. We've had methane even in the atmosphere of Mars. And all three of those are potential what we'd call biomarker gases. Certainly life can produce those gases. But the real question is, are they sufficiently unambiguous that we can be absolutely sure that has to be life and it can't be anything else? And I think if you really bought into the assembly theory idea that Lee Cronin and Sarah Imara Walker have been pushing, you would probably favor that those are not complex enough, I would suspect, to believe that they have to be necessarily biosignatures, that maybe there is some unknown geological processes that are producing them. Certainly in the case of DMS, for instance, you find DMS on comets. So the fact that it is on the planet's atmosphere doesn't mean that it has to be coming from life. It's a very difficult question to answer, and I am really pleased that we have brilliant, smart people like Sarah addressing this. So if you enjoyed this and want to see more conversations about the search for life in the universe, you know what to do. Make sure you are following the Cool Worlds podcast. If you're on YouTube watching this, you can hit the subscribe button, you can hit the like button, you can share it. All those things really help us out. And of course, really the very, if you have the financial capability and you think we deserve it, always want to predicate it on that, then the best way to help us, to be honest, is to support the research team that we do. So the Cool Worlds Lab, where we are asking exactly these kind of questions, especially in that kind of statistical sense of how do you get that kind of unambiguous signal? How do you weigh the odds of these different possibilities? That's something we're thinking about really hard in my lab right now. So the best way to support us is coolworldslab.com/support. Once again, that is coolworldslab.com/support. That will support my research team. By supporting my research team, it frees me up because I have to write less proposals, less grant applications. It frees me up to do more of these kind of conversations and, of course, more videos on the main channel as well. So that's the best thing to check out, coolworldslab.com/support. So thank you guys, and I will see you in the next episode.
What is the commonly held definition of life itself?
The way that I consider it is that we actually don't need to define life. We need to figure out a theory that helps us derive the properties of life. Assembly theory's key conjecture about the nature of life is the only physics that can generate complex objects. We need a deeper explanation of evolution in order to explain how evolutionary systems that we recognize as biology emerged in the first place.
You have disentangled the definition of life from people's biases.
That's right.
Like a chef.
I'm cooking the primordial soup.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Got with me, of course, Chuck Knight. Chuck,
hey,
baby.
Neil, what's happening?
Lord Chuck Knight.
Oh, thank you, yes.
All right, my co-host, professional comedian, stand-up comedian.
Yes.
And
not always the same thing, a professional comedian and stand-up comedian.
And actor.
And actor.
I seen you in some TV commercials.
Acting like a comedian. You know
Almost
what?
dropped my sandwich when I saw that.
I'm actually going to do a sandwich commercial next. Yeah.
All right. No, good that you're out there.
Yeah, you know. Gotta keep it moving.
And we can say we knew you when.
You gonna know me then too.
So, wonderful topic today.
Yeah.
Oh my God, love it.
Yeah.
Love me this topic.
It's a rich topic.
So there's always been this concept of life as we know it.
Right.
And it never caught on as an acronym.
Let's try again. Running. Play. Här ser vi det.
De petróleo más grande de este planeta. Aquí en Venezuela tenemos petróleo.
Petróleo.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Te está escuchando, donde descubre mensajes ocultos en conversaciones del día a día.
Sí, rápido.
Antes de comenzar,
Press the enter key to start.
Intéressant. Allemand.
Allemand.
Parle. Français.
Soy tu anfitriona, Lucy, y hoy escucharemos a dos personas en una cafetería.
Salut Léo, ça va bien?
Salut Marie. Oui, ça va. Et toi?
Ça va. Tu connais mes cousines? Ça va. Tu connais mes cousines?
A ver qué hay aquí.
Ça va. Tu connais mes cousines?
Non, elles habitent où? Non, elles habitent où?
Habitons.
Elles habitent près de Lyon.
Ah, c'est intéressant. Elles parlent français?
Oui, elles parlent français et allemand.
Et allemand. Ya se ven, ¿no? Los FPS. Por eso lo hice, a ver si no se daña ahorita con él. Ah, no.
I get to talk to people all the time about how they use AI in their work and in their lives, and also how it has changed them as people. There's many different ways of knowing things and many different ways of understanding things. Computers, science, what both of those ways of seeing the world are trying to do is reduce the world into a set of really clean universal laws that apply in any situation. If X is true, then Y will happen. And what language models see instead is a dense web of causal relationships between different parts of the world that all come together in unique, very context-specific ways to produce what comes next. And what's really interesting about neural networks is the way that they think or the way that they operate is a lot like human intuition. Human intuition is also trained by thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of direct experience. The reason I love that is because I hope that it makes more visible to us the value and importance of intuitive thought. My name is Dan Schipper. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Every, and I'm the host of the AI and I podcast.
Chapter 1. The Limits of Rationalism from Socrates to Neural Networks.
I think rationalism is one of the most important ideas in the last 2,000 years. Rationalism is really the idea that if we can be explicit about what we know, if we can really reduce what we know down into a set of theories, a set of rules for how the world works, that is true knowledge about the world, and that is distinct from everything else that kind of messes with our heads, messes with how we operate in society. And you may not have heard that word, or maybe you have, but it is built into the way that you see the world. For example, the way computers work, or the way vaccines work, or the way that we predict the weather, or the way that we try to make decisions when we're, thinking about, I don't want to be too emotional about this. I want to get really precise about my thinking on this issue. Even the way that we do therapy, a lot of therapy is about rationalizing through what you think and what you feel. All that stuff comes from an extensive lineage of ideas that started in ancient Greece, really blossomed during the Enlightenment, and now is the bedrock of our culture and the way that we think about the world. I think the father of rationalism is Socrates, the philosopher. Socrates is one of the first people to really examine the question of what we know and how, what is true and what's not true, to be able to describe what we know and how we know it, to make that clear and explicit, so that only people that knew the truth, that knew how the world really works, were the ones that were steering the state. That really became the birth of philosophy, is this idea that if you inquire deeply into what is usually kind of the inexplicit intuitions that we have about the world, you can identify a set of rules or a theory about what the world is like and what's true and what's not, that you can lay out explicitly and that you can use to decide the difference between true and false. I think that you can trace the birth of rationalism to this dialogue, Protagoras. And in the dialogue, it's a debate between Socrates on the one hand and Protagoras. And Protagoras is what we call a sophist, and it's where the term sophistry, which means kind of, someone who says really compelling things but is actually full of shit. What Protagoras and Socrates are debating is, can excellence be taught? And excellence, the word, is often translated in English as virtue, but I think a more appropriate translation is excellence. And in ancient Greece, that kind of excellence was really prized. It's sort of like a general ability to be good at be good at important things in life and in society. And they approach it from very different angles. Protagoras believes that everyone has the capacity, every human has the capacity to be excellent, and he tells this big myth about how we as humans gained the capacity to be excellent. And Socrates is saying, no, I don't want any of that. What I want is, I want a definition. I want you to say explicitly what it is and what it's not, and what are the components of it. And that's a really big moment. At least the way that Plato writes it, Socrates kind of like takes apart Protagoras, and it's pretty clear by the end that Protagoras doesn't have any way to define in a non-contradictory way what excellence is, what it means to be good. And the implication is that then he doesn't know it. And that sort of set Western society on this path of trying to find really clear definitions and theories for the things that we talk about, and to identify knowledge, the ability to know something, or whether or not you know something, with whether or not you can really clearly define it. And that idea became incredibly important in the scientific Enlightenment. Thinkers on the philosophy side like Descartes, and on the science side like Newton and Galileo, took this idea and used it as a new method to understand and explain the world. So what it became is, can we use mathematics to explain and predict different things in the world? And from Socrates to Galileo to Newton, they continually reinforced this idea that in order to truly know something, you have to be able to describe it explicitly. You have to be able to have a theory about it. You have to be able to describe it mathematically, ideally. The world around us is shaped by this framework. So everything from smartphones to computers to cars to rockets to cameras to electricity, every appliance in your house, vaccines, everything in our world is shaped with this idea, or this way of seeing the world. It's been incredibly impactful. And you can find this too in the rest of culture. Like anytime you see a book or a movie or a blog post or whatever talking about like the 5 laws of power, or like the 5 laws of negotiation, all that stuff is ways that that physics has and rationalism in general has like sort of seeped into the everyday way that we think about the world. And to be clear, it's been super successful, but in areas of the world like psychology or economics or neuroscience, it has been really hard to make progress in the same way that physics has made progress. I think if you look, for example, at the social sciences, a lot of the way that the social sciences are structured is inspired by physics. What we're trying to do is take very complex, higher level phenomena, so like maybe psychology or economics or and any other branch of social science, and we're trying to reduce it down to a set of definitions and a theory and a set of rules for how things in that domain work. And what's really interesting is if you look at those fields, so like psychology, for example, it's in the middle of a gigantic replication crisis. Even though we spent like 100 years doing psychology research, the body of knowledge that we've been able to build there, in terms of its universal applicability, our ability to find universal laws in the same way that Newton found universal laws, seems pretty suspect. And we feel like we can't stop doing it because we have no better alternatives. Another really interesting and important part of the world that this way of looking at things didn't work for in many ways is AI. So this is usually the part of an explanation where I try to define it and like what is AI. And what's really interesting is there's no universal agreed upon definition for this. In the same way that we've struggled to come up with a universal definition for what it is to know something, or a universal definition for what anxiety is, for example, in psychology is another really good example. There are a lot of ways to kind of like gesture at what AI is, but really it's like, obviously, maybe not obviously, AI stands for artificial intelligence, and the AI's project is to build a computer that can think and learn in the same way that humans learn. And because of the way that computers work, for a very long time, that was a really hard problem. AI started as a field in the 50s at Dartmouth. And you can like actually look at the original paper. They were very optimistic. They were like, maybe like, a summer's worth of work and we'll have nailed this. And the way that they defined it is to be able to reduce down human intelligence into a system of symbols that they could combine together based on explicit rules that would mimic human intelligence. And so there's a really clear through line from Socrates' original project to the Enlightenment to the original approach that AI theorists took called symbolic AI. The idea that you could embody thinking in essentially like logical symbols and transformations between logical symbols, it's very similar to just basic philosophy. And there were actually a lot of early successes. For example, the two founding fathers of AI, Herbert Simon and Alan Newell, built this machine that they called the general problem solver. And what's really interesting is it wasn't even built as a computer, because computers were extremely expensive back then. They originally codified the general problem solver on paper and then executed it themselves by hand. Actually, I think one of them had their family do it with them to try to simulate how a computer would work to solve complex problems. And the general problem solver, they tried to reduce down complex real world situations into simple logic problems that look a little bit like games. And then they tried to see if they could build a computer that would solve some of those games. And they were actually quite successful at first. What they found was it worked really well for simple problems. But as problems got more and more complex, the search space of possible solutions got really, 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 really big. And so by representing the problem in that way, the systems that they built started to fail as soon as they moved away from toy problems to more complex ones. I think a really interesting and simple example of this is thinking about how you might decide whether an email in your inbox is spam or whether it's important. And you might say something like, if it mentions that I won the lottery, it's spam, right? And so that sort of like if-then rule is a lot like the kinds of rules that early symbolic AI theorists were trying to come up with to help you solve any problem, is to codify like, if XYZ is true, then here are the implications. What happens is if you look at that really closely, there are always lots of little exceptions. So an example might be if it says emergency, maybe you want to put that at the top of your inbox. But very quickly, you'll have spammers obviously being like, just put emergency in the subject line and they'll shoot to the top. So then you have to kind of like create another rule, which is it's emergency, but only if it's from my coworkers or my family. But computers don't really know what coworkers or family is. So then you have to define, okay, like how is it going to know what a coworker's or what a family member is? So what you can do is maybe it's like a coworker is anybody from my company. And so if it says emergency and it's from anybody in my company, put it at the top of my inbox. But what you may find is that there are certain people at your company who are annoying and want your attention, even if you don't really want them to contact you. And so they start putting emergency into their inbox. And now you have to create another rule, which is like, don't let people who are abusing the privilege of getting to the top of my inbox abuse it, even if they're coworkers. And what you find is anytime you try to create rules to define these things, you always run up against exceptions. If you want to, for example, define what an important email is, you have to define pretty much everything about the world. You have to create a world full of definitions. And that project of making the entire world explicit in definitions just didn't work. It's too brittle. It's too hard. There's too much computational power required to loop through all the different definitions to decide, if this email is important or not. And it's just, there are too many definitions to create. It's too big of a project. And so that symbolic AI project worked in some limited domains, and there were these things called expert systems, for example, in the 70s and 80s that tried to, for example, reduce medical diagnosis down to a set of rules. And they were somewhat successful, but even in a case like medical diagnosis, trying to reduce down to a simple set of rules, something like, do you have measles, or maybe even do you have anxiety or depression, turned out to be really complicated and really, really hard. And in fact, impossible to get right 100% of the time in an explicit way. The alternative, which originated around the time that AI itself originated, but really wasn't taken that seriously until probably the 80s and 90s, is what's called a neural network. And a neural network, it is inspired by the way our brains work. It doesn't work exactly the same way, but it's inspired that way. It is inspired from brains. And it basically consists of layers of artificial neurons that are connected to each other. And what you can do with a neural network is you can get it to recognize patterns by giving it lots of examples. You can, for example, if you want it to recognize like whether an email is important, what you can do is you can give it an example. Say like, here's an email from a coworker, and have it guess the answer. And if the answer is wrong, what we've done is we've created a way to train the network to correct its wrong answer. And what happens is, over many iterations and many different examples, what we find is, without any explicit set of definitions or explicit rules about like, this is an important email, or this is a cat, or this is a good move in chess, the neural network learns to recognize patterns and is able to do a lot of the more complex thinking style tasks that early symbolic AI was unable to do. Language models are a particular kind of neural network that operates by finding complex patterns inside of language and using that to produce what comes next in a sequence. So what we've done with language models is fed them basically, all of the text on the internet. And when we feed them a piece of text, we'll give them, a big chunk of text. And then we will say, based on this chunk, what's the next word that comes after this chunk? And language models learn that there are many thousands of partially fitting rules that they can apply based on the previous history of text they've seen to predict what comes next. And all of those rules are inexplicit. They're kind of like, you can observe them in the overall behavior of the network, but they don't exist anywhere in the network. You can't go and look inside of a neural network and find like, this is the entire set of rules that it has. You may be able to find a couple, but you can't find a definitive list. In the same way that if I like took a microscope and looked in your brain, I would not be able to find that. I would not be able to find the list of rules that you use, for example, to recognize a cat or do the next move in chess. They're represented all inexplicitly. And what's really interesting about neural networks is the way that they think, or the way that they operate, is a lot like it looks a lot like human intuition. Human intuition is also trained by thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of direct experience. Often our best metaphor for our minds are the tools that we use. So a really good example is Freud has one of the most impactful models of the mind. And the way that he came up with that is he used the steam engine as a metaphor. So it's an explicitly steam engine based idea. In the 20th century, the metaphor for our minds moved into being like a computer. That became the kind of thing that we all wanted to be like. We wanted to be logical and rational and operate like a machine to make the best decisions possible. And I think one of the most interesting things about that way of thinking is it makes invisible to us, and this I think relates a lot to the like sort of Socratic Enlightenment type of thinking as well. It makes invisible to us the importance of our intuition in being the foundation of everything that we do, everything we think, everything that we know. In a lot of ways, you can think of rationality as emerging out of intuition. So like we have this sort of like squishy, inexplicit, intuitive way of understanding what's going on in the world. And our rational thought comes out of that and is able to, once intuition sort of sets the frame for us, is able to go in and sort of manipulate things in a more methodical, rational, logical way. But you sort of need both. And neural networks are the first technology we've ever invented that works a lot like human intuition. And the reason I love that is because I hope that it makes more visible to us the value and importance of intuitive thought. And that actually loops back and takes us all the way back to Protagoras, and is sort of the thing that we lost in this birth of rationalism back in Callias's house, because Protagoras is arguing that everyone teaches us excellence all the time. He's using stories and myths and metaphor to help us understand something that he knows from his own personal experience. And Socrates is saying, well, if you can't define it, if you can't tell me exactly the rules by which you know something, then you don't know it. And that way of thinking about the world has been very successful for us, but it also kind of blinded us to how important that idea that everyone teaches us to be excellent, that stories and personal hands-on experience give us a way of knowing about things that we may not be able to explicitly talk about, but we still know just as much as we know things that we can explicitly say. And it was only when we began to embody that way of being in the world, or that way of knowing things, that way of thinking into machines, that we started to get actual artificial intelligence. There's many different ways of knowing things and many different ways of understanding things. And we may not understand all of the particulars of how humans, for example, how our minds come to certain conclusions intuitively, and we may not understand all the particulars of how language models, for example, come to any particular output. But that doesn't mean that we don't understand them. It just means that we understand them in a different way than we might be used to. So, for example, if you use ChatGPT all the time, you develop an intuition for what it's good at and what it's not good at, and when it might be hallucinating and when it might not be. In the same way that you might develop an intuition for when a friend of yours is sad, or when a friend of yours is not being totally truthful with you. And that's not a universal set of rules that applies to everyone in every situation, or even to your friend in every situation. It's just a sort of like intuitive feel that is a core part of understanding, but that we normally discount. History shows that it is better to have, to be open to more ways of seeing and working with the world. And that in this particular era, it's very important to be able to work with things that are a little bit mysterious and be comfortable with that.
Chapter 2. Seeing the world like a large language model.
I've always been like a real huge note-taking nerd. I love taking notes, especially because when I started my first company in college. And I ended up selling it. I flew from my college graduation to Boston to finish negotiating the deal to sell it. So that whole situation for me was this trial by fire of like, I felt like I was like an information fire hose. I had to learn so much in order to successfully run a software company I guess I was 20, 21, 22. And the way that I felt like I could do that best was to start taking notes, is to be like, okay, I learned this thing from a book, and it's about how to hire people, for example. And I think it'll be relevant for me, but I don't know when it's going to be relevant. So I'm going to write it down, and I'm going to try to create like the perfect organizational system to categorize all this stuff so it will come back to me when I need it. And if you really take seriously that question of like, how do you build the perfect note-taking or organizational system, you actually run into the same problems that early symbolic AI theorists run into and philosophers have been running into for a long time, which is how do we create the perfect system to organize reality? How do you know, where to put a particular note? Is the same sort of question as like, how do we know what we know? And so when I first bumped into the language models, I realized that they had this ability to be sort of flexible and contextual in a way that meant that I didn't have to create the like perfect organizational system to teach a computer how to like organize my notes. It operated in this way that was ruleless and fuzzy and flexible, and I had just never seen a computer do that before. Like the first experience of seeing that line of words go across your screen, it's kind of in your voice a little bit, and it's kind of like picking up where you left off, and it kind of understands all the little contextual cues that tell it about what you're talking about, that no computer previously could do. The interesting difference between the way that a language model might see the world and maybe another kind of computer is computers, science, what both of those ways of seeing the world are trying to do is reduce the world into a set of really clean universal laws that apply in any situation. Is to say, if X is true, then Y will happen. Like really clear cause and effect, really clear chains that are universal and context-free. And what language models see instead is a dense web of causal relationships between different parts of the world that all come together in unique, very context-specific ways to produce what comes next. And I think language models do something really, really unique, which is that they can give you the best of what humanity knows at the right place, at the right time, in your particular context for you specifically. Where, for example, previously on the internet, you could get an answer that was written by someone else for like a very general reader or a very general situation. And maybe you'd have to like hunt through a Wikipedia page to find the one sentence that answers your question. Language models go one step further, which is they reduce down their response to you to be written for you in your context, in your place, and in your time. If you look at the history of machine learning, from symbolic AI, where we're trying to break down intelligence into a set of definitions of a theory and a set of rules for how thinking should work, all the way up to neural networks and language models, where it's much more contextual, it's much more about pattern matching, it's much more about interpreting the richness of a particular situation, and using all prior experience in a sort of in an explicit way to predict what comes next. That sweep of the history of AI, in a lot of ways, is speed running the history of philosophy. So philosophy started with this attempt to make explicit what it is to know something. Now we're in this place where it's like, actually, like, it's all kind of like fuzzy and pattern matching, and it's very, very contextual and relational. But it's also not anything goes. And it's being done in a way that, like, we've created a positive tool that you can use and build stuff with in your life. We're not just sort of deconstructing everything around us. And so in a lot of ways, machine learning and AI is speedrunning philosophy